الذي يعود إلى الدوحة للمشاركة مع زملائه في أسباير ومع عائلته في هذه القمة الاستثنائية. تليها بعدها دردشة النجوم الأولى التي ستكون مع المدرب الفرنسي رودي غارسيا، بعدها استراحة غداء، ومن ثم تتواصل النشاطات مع دردشة نجوم ثانية، وهذه المرة أيضا مدرب فرنسي آخر هو كريستوف غالتيه مدرب التحيل حاليا ومدرب نادي باريس سان جيرمان سابقا. يليها ورشة العمل الأولى، ومن ثم المائدة المستديرة الأولى، على أن تختتم الفعاليات بنشاط ترفيهي لزملاء أسباير حول العالم. إذا مشاهدينا دعونا نتعرف على أبرز الضيوف العالميين المشاركين في هذه النسخة الاستثنائية من أسباير جلوبال سامت. فرانشيسكو فاريولي كما ذكرنا، المدرب الإيطالي الشهير الذي كان مدربا في أكاديمية أسباير، كان هنا في أسباير قبل أن ينتقل إلى العالمية ويصبح من أشهر المدربين اليافعين في أوروبا. بدأ مسيرته في عالم كرة القدم مدربا كحراس مرمى مغمور في إيطاليا، ثم انتقل من بعدها إلى أكاديمية أسباير. اللافت في مسيرة فرانشيسكو فاريولي أنه درس الفلسفة ثم علوم الرياضة في الجامعة، وكانت مسيرته الفعلية في التدريب في تركيا قبل أن ينتقل إلى نيس الفرنسي، حيث حقق معه نتائج ملفتة جدا. والآن هو مدرب أياكس أمستردام الهولندي ويعيش فترة رائعة على مستوى التدريب. ضيف من ضيوف أيضا هذه القمة هو الأرجنتيني باتيستوتا، أو كما يلقب باتيغول. ستتضمن القمة هنا حوار مفتوح مع النجم الأرجنتيني الذي اشتهر مع فيورنتينا الإيطالي على المستوى الدولي، هو ثاني أكثر اللاعبين الذين سجلوا أهداف مع الأرجنتين. يعتبر باتيستوتا اللاعب الوحيد الذي سجل هاتريك في بطولتين لكأس عالم، كما لعب باتيستوتا هنا في الدوري القطري مع النادي العربي. جوائزه الفردية لا تحصى: هداف كوبا أمريكا، هداف الدوري الإيطالي، هداف كأس إيطاليا، هداف الدوري القطري، والهداف التاريخي لفيورنتينا. من ضيوف أيضا أكاديمية أسباير هنا في هذا المؤتمر، هو ليس ضيف ولكن ضيف المؤتمر، هو مدرب التحيل كريستوف غالتيه، المدرب الفرنسي الذي استعان به التحيل الموسم الماضي قادما من نادي باريس سان جيرمان. غالتيه صال وجال في الملاعب الفرنسية لاعبا ومدربا، حقق لقب الدوري الفرنسي مع ناديي ليل وباريس سان جيرمان. شخصيته القوية في التدريب أغوت PSG للتعاقد معه خلفا لبوكيتينيو ليقود مجموعة من النجوم العالميين كميسي، نيمار ومبابي، فبالتالي لديه خبرة واسعة في عالم التدريب سيقدمها اليوم إلى زملاء أسباير. على كل حال مشاهدينا، ضيوف ونجوم عالميين سيشاركون في هذه النسخة العاشرة. دعونا الآن ننتقل إلى حفل الافتتاح، ومن ثم نواصل هذه التغطية المباشرة من هنا من صحراء سيلاين الخلابة.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and Aspire in the World fellows, welcome to paradise in Qatar. And our dear friend and legendary coach, Bora Milutinovic, came in, and the first thing he said to me today, Rodri, this is perfect. And I would go along with that. Hosting the summit here at Sealine in Qatar this year is very special. It helps highlight the country's continued commitment to sport and education, showcasing its role as a global hub of athletic development and research. 2024 also marks another significant birthday. Aspire Academy celebrates 20 years of excellence. And we can all congratulate all those involved, and there are many of them here today, and say well done over the next couple of days.
في الأيام القادمة كذلك نرجو لكم النجاح. وعلى اليمين وعلى اليسار هنا كما ترون هذا المنظر الخلاب والشاطئ الخلاب، وطبيعة الصحراء تعطي مجالا جميلا وتبين لنا مدى المرونة في الحياة وهذا الجمال، جمال هذه الصحراء يلهم الإبداع والعلاقات ويعطينا
A very special Qatar welcome as well to our inspiring guest speakers who will be sharing their
وسيشاركون بخبراتهم خلال هذا المؤتمر. وذكرت الاحتفال العشرين لإنشاء أكاديمية أسباير، وقادة هذه الدولة لديهم رؤية وحافظوا على هذا الإلهام لكي يقوموا ويمضوا قدما بها. المناسبة العاشرة ل
You know, when Walter approached me with the idea some 11 years ago, and he had just also a wonderful vision about what he was hoping that this great project would bring to not only to Aspire but to the global football community. I would not have suspected or expected that we would be celebrating the 10th anniversary. Every year when you guys gather and when we do this, I always tell you that you are the ones who make it happen. Today I have to tell you, you have made it happen. I congratulate you sincerely, and I think what has become this community is truly one of the best things that I have witnessed here in my years at Aspire. On this 10th anniversary, also,
في هذه المناسبة والذكرى العاشرة أود أن أشكر العديد من الناس الذين يعملون وراء الكواليس ولديهم الطرق والأساليب، وكذلك العلماء الذين يوجدون أيضا في أكاديمية أسباير، والكثير من الناس الذين قاموا بأعمال كبيرة جدا يوميا كانوا يعملون من فريق الإعلام، فريق الإعداد، الفريق الإداري، فريق الإمداد، ويعني لا يتم تقديرهم بما يكفي، وأنا الآن أريدكم أن تصفقوا لهم كتقديرا لجهودهم. إذن كما قال زميلي هذه الذكرى العاشرة وهي لحظة تاريخية عظيمة جدا في حياة أسباير، وأيضا في وقت ما رغبنا أن يكون لدينا كيان أو مؤسسة تضع فيها وتتضمن أفضل القدرات على مجموعة صغيرة جدا من الأشخاص ونركز عليهم، وقلنا نريد أن نرى إذا ما كانت هذه المؤسسة تستطيع أن تجذب أفضل اللاعبين على المستوى الدولي. وعندما بدأنا قبل 13 إلى 14 عام كانت الرؤية رائعة جدا، وكانت الاستراتيجية رائعة جدا. واليوم نحن نحتفي بالذكرى 20 من تأسيس الأكاديمية، ونرى أكثر الناس حرفية يعملون في هذا المكان، وهذا ما نراه كناتج لهذه الجهود طوال هذه الأعوام. إذا كنتم معي أود أن أقضي معكم هذه اللحظات لكي نعرف ما هي هذه الرحلة ومن نحن وكيف نستطيع أن نسير ونلعب دورا في هذا الموضوع. لأعرض عليكم الآن فيديو يبين لكم هذا الأمر.
Try to help this country elevate the level of their football ecosystem and also of their
أن يكون هناك فرص في الأولمبياد. وصلنا إلى مكان أو إلى مكان علينا أن ننفذ شيء ما، والأمر الأول الذي كنا نحاول أن نفعله، والناس الذين معي في هذه القاعة من أول يوم في الرحلة قبل 20 سنة كان ليفهموا ما يعنيه والإرث الذي تريده هذه الدولة والعقلية والتقاليد الموجودة هنا والعلاقات والطريقة التي يعيش فيها شيء معين ويتواصل مع المجتمع حوله. في العديد من الأحيان عندما يأتون الناس من أماكن مختلفة نقول لأنفسنا ما علينا أن نفعله هو أن نجلب خبراتنا ونقوم بالأشياء بطريقتنا نحن، وأحيانا ما ننسى أننا علينا أن نتعلم كذلك بالقدر الذي نعطي فيه. علينا أن نستقبل كذلك، وعلينا أن نرتبط بما يفعله الناس وما هو الأشياء التي أو ما هي الأشياء التي يملكها هؤلاء اللاعبين والأسر، وكيف يريدون أن يكونوا هؤلاء العائلات من أطفالهم أن ينموا ويصبحوا رياضيين. وكان علينا أن نجد طريقة لنربط أسباير بالفرص التي تمثل الدولة، تمثيلهم للدولة أو تمثيل أي دولة في أي مكان. هذا أمر مهم جدا، ونريد أن نوجد هذا المناخ الذي يكون فيه اللاعبين الصغار عندما يفكروا بالفريق الوطني وأنهم يمثلون دولتهم. ما هي المجهودات التي عليهم أن يضعوها في اللعب لكي يمثلوا هذه الدولة بشرف وبفخر؟ إذن كان علينا من صعوبة بأن نطلب من الأطفال أن يأتوا ليحضروا التدريب أو التدريبات، لأنها كانت قوية جدا، وكانت الأسر لديها ظروف، وكان على الأسر أن تبني في جدولها أو تضع في جدولها مكان لهذه التدريبات التي كانت لا تأخذ وقت قصير، ولكن يعني كان هناك 7000 لاعب تقريبا في الدولة، ولا نعرف من علينا أن نختار من هؤلاء. فإذا كان الأمر الأول هو أن نحاول أن نوجد هؤلاء الناس، وأن يكون لدينا هذه الرحلة تنطلق مع هؤلاء الناس. والأمر الثاني هو أن يكون لدينا عملية كسب ما حققناه من التدريب. فإذا هذا ما نحاول أن نفعله. وإذا هذا كان لوقت طويل جدا، وحتى أكاديمية أسباير كان هناك 8 فرق يلعبون ضد 8 فرق أخرى. فإذا كنا نعمل بهذه الطريقة، وكنا ندربهم، وكنا نحاول أن نبني الفرق. لم نكن نفكر بأننا سننافس بهذه الطريقة، وكانت هذه نقطة الانطلاق، ونعرف أنه علينا أن نصل إلى مكان يحقق فيه الفوز أو نحقق فيه الفوز نحن، وأنه يكون لدينا قدوة للأجيال القادمة في الرياضة وفي باقي الرياضات غير كرة القدم طبعا.
So today I can just incredibly proudly say that
أقول بكل فخر أنه وضعنا أهداف عالية جدا وحققنا نتائج عالية جدا، والرياضات من الاتحادات المختلفة الذين شاركوا مع أسباير أقول لكم أننا حققنا العديد من الإنجازات والكثير من الفعاليات والبطولات التي أنجزنا فيها وحققنا فيها مراتب عالية جدا ومراكز عالية جدا. وما يحدث هنا أنه عندما وضعنا توقعات عالية جدا، والآن قطر تنافس على المستوى العالمي، والدولة تريد أكثر وأكثر، وهذه هي الطريقة الصحيحة. هذا لكل نادي وكل اتحاد تمثلون تريدون أن تحققوا الأفضل، وأن يكون لديكم تاريخ في يعني في أكثر من 100 سنة، ولديكم مؤسسات عمرها أطول 100 سنة بنت المصداقية وحققت النجاحات، وأيضا النتائج السريعة بالمقارنة مع أماكن أخرى. ولكن الآن التوقعات ارتفعت أكثر، وأعتقد أنه من المهم في هذه اللحظة وفي هذه الأثناء عندما تبحر في خضم ما هو موجود في الرياضات في المستقبل وما الذي علينا أن نحققه. لا ينبغي علينا أن ننسى أبدا عندما ننظر النتائج، أنه نرى النتائج والفرق العالمية والفرق الشباب وأيضا الرياضات الفردية لا تستطيع أن تركز فقط على النتيجة. هناك فوز أو خسارة طبعا، وإذا كان هناك فوز عليك أن تعرف أن هناك إجراءات كبيرة تمت، وإذا كان هناك هزيمة أيضا كان هناك إجراءات كبيرة خلف ذلك. والأمر الطبيعي الذي نراه في الرياضة في كل أنحاء العالم أن النتيجة يتم تحليلها على أساس معين، أن المدرب اتخذ قرارات خاطئة، كان عليه أن يفعل ذلك أو كذا أو كذا، واختار ربما اللاعبين الخطأ، ولماذا لا يعمل بهذه الطريقة أو بهذه التشكيلة أو يلعب بهذه التشكيلة. هذا كتحليل نعم، ولكنه يفقد الصورة وينسينا الصورة بما هو خلف ذلك. وبالنسبة لنا لكي نرى ما الذي يحدث للكثير من اللاعبين الذين يأتون إلى الفرق والمنتخبات، علينا أن نفهم أكثر لماذا هم هؤلاء الناس وكيف وصلوا إلى هذا المكان.
So this process, some of these are the reflections of Edorta Murua, our technical director of the academy. In this process, if you think about that journey that I've told you we went through, where we started with really players not even attending trainings or us having to play against younger age groups to be able to compete and keep up, we've gone from that to Qatar over the last few years, having won an Asian Cup under 19, having done 2 times semifinals of the Asian Cup under 23, and at the senior national team level, having won 2 times the Asian Cup. At the same time, 2 players have become best Asian player 3 times, Akram Afif 2 consecutive times, and Abdul Karim Hassan 1 time in 2018. That for a country with 7,000 players. So when you think about whether we're focusing on the results, on whether now a team can get 2 more wins or 2 more defeats, which is important. It is important. The winning mentality needs to stay with Qatar now for the next 20 years. But at the same time, you have to understand a little bit of the process behind. So this picture is from June this year, and this is the first time in the history of Qatar that the full starting 11 of the senior national team was made up of Aspire graduates or students. We've just highlighted there the ones that are born 2000 and after. The other 2 are a little bit older. This is a very young team that had these players, and you've seen some reflections of some of those in those slides before. These players are not a finished product. They're not a mature product. They're just going through that motion where in a few years we'll be leading Qatar as the next generation. And it's sometimes the debate is, well, there's not enough talent coming based on what we've seen in the previous generation. It could be that talent is sporadic. So you have some wonderful generations. We have, as a wonderful guest today, Sergio Scariolo, who is truly one of the most successful coaches in the history of, probably in Spanish basketball, the most successful in history. And he probably had to go through a transition where a wonderful generation has faded out, and it's a generation that has gotten Olympic medals and world championships, and now it needs to be rebuilt. And maybe the talent is different, but the process needs to be the same. You have to continue to understand that these are players who are young individuals, who will go through the ups and downs, who will have to be tested, who will have to be helped, and who will have to be understood. And that process is not only about football, technical, tactical, physical, all the science that we put behind. It's also about human beings, and it's also about relationships, and it's also about bonding, and it's also about being able to go with them in that life journey. And that's the benefit and the advantage we have at the Academy. So in any of your setups, or any professional club, youth system, the point of contact and the ability to build those relationships is a lot more limited. You do your training sessions 2 hours a day. At your level is a full day of work. In some other clubs, lower structures, it's just a couple hours a day and people move on until next day. We don't have then the interactions at a personal level, at a relational level, because society moves in a different way. We are lucky that we have years together with these players, years to understand who they are as individuals, to understand what their fears are, to understand their struggles at home, to understand what the country expects of them, to try to help them deal with that, and also along the way for us, for all of us around, to also go through that growth process. So you have to realize that football, the most fluid sport on the planet, the most difficult sport in terms of how micro, meso, macro relationships work, how you will be talking about positional fluidity in the next couple of days, how that is not only related to one player, it's related about all of them connecting together, about what the networks they have, about who their friends are on the pitch, who they look to, who they combine with, who do they create harmony with. And that is a moving, living organism. And that has a lot to do also with the process they've gone through outside of the field, all those years they've spent together. So the generations we've seen now representing the senior national team, they really have a bond that is probably what Spain has had for many years with that generation. And that bond is just as influential as everything else. And that bond is not only with themselves, it's with the coaches, with the strength and conditioning coaches, with the sports scientists, with the nutritionists, because they've done it all together for years. And being present and understanding what that day-to-day is what allows then a better judgment call on whether a result in a game was expected, not expected, was bad, the coach made a bad decision, coach should be changed, coach should be just given a new contract. There's a lot behind. Because we all like to just end up putting a reference. Because we all like to put references then to people we know. This is just a chart that just caught my attention a few months ago, and this talks about Messi's relationships on the pitch. And obviously, Messi is the greatest talent that that has come out in football for over 5 decades, or maybe ever, and he has always had a very, very, very specific pattern of connections on the field and off the field, and it's not random that when he has moved away from the teams in Europe that he has moved to, and he has gone to a place like Miami, he's asked specifically for some of these players, and that bond in terms of who the connecting points are for him on the pitch and who the connecting points are for him outside in his personal life are also critical to understand who he is as a player and his successes as a player. So we are very fortunate. We are very fortunate of all the process we've done. We're very fortunate about the community you've created. And we're very fortunate not only to have worked with athletes and football players and administrators and teachers, but we're also very lucky and fortunate about the coaches we work with. So if you can please just switch to the picture. So for us, in this tremendous environment that we have and the privilege we have, not only with this wonderful setting, but just with a country that took us in and embraced us as part of their own, we've been able to just create this collaborative environment where everybody is trying to learn with the players, improve with the players, and then move on to do wonderful things. And nothing makes us prouder than to see that a lot of those people have gone from spending some time with us to leading projects in some of the best places in world football. This is just a few. The list is humongous, and it includes strength and conditioning coaches, analysts, football managers, all kinds of elite professionals that at some point called Aspire home, and that makes us proud. This community is a huge part of that. The fact that you're celebrating 10 years is something that you should be very proud of yourselves. And the only thing I can do is to thank you for being part of more than half of the time of the history of the Academy, and for coming together to celebrate with us. Thank you.
Ivan Bravo, thank you very much indeed. Talking about teams and coaches, well, a very talented team have also put the Global Summit together. But it's not just about the 2 days. This team worked tirelessly to push the boundaries of sports performance and science. They're hungry to share their knowledge and also humble enough to accept new ideas from fellows in the World Programme. They operate, I feel, like an efficient pride of lions. But they have a lion king with his impeccable mane and his commanding presence. I feel he's a force of nature. Please welcome Professor Walter Di Salvo.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to everyone. It's really a pleasure to have all of you here. And I would like to start with say thank you to the Director General, Mr. Ivan Bravo, because he reminded 11 years ago, more or less, I was with Mattia Modonuti, that is here now with the Inter Milan. He's another of the person that did a great journey, even not only with us, but above. And that day, I was thinking with Mattia how we can enhance the performance, how we can let our staff to be keep updated, how important is the education. And so, during this chat, I wrote on the flip chart, Aspire in the World. And I said, that is the idea. I went in the office of the DG to say, Ivan, can you come in my office, please? What do you need? Come, please. So he entered, and he saw the flip chart in the center, at the center of the room. What is Aspire in the World? And I mentioned, I explained the project, and I have to say that it took 1 minute to say, it looks great. Let's do it. So thank you. I have to say thank you also to the senior management, with the Vice President of Aspire, the CEO, Mr. Mohammed Khalifa Al-Sulaidi, that are supporting this project, because we believe that education is a key element, and we are investing on this one. But please allow me to say thank you, because normally the thank you is at the end of the summit, but this is at the end of the first journey with you, 10 years. I hope that the other 10 will coming. But there are here lots of directors that with their magnificent staff of Aspire Academy support from service, general service, for education, for procurement, for marketing, lots of the people that are working for transfer the people, for your fly, for all. We have really finance, we have really an amazing team, and thanks also Mr. Ali Salem, that is the chair of this beautiful community. So it's something that is difficult to compare. This community is a little bit difficult to compare to other kind of conferences, summit. Today, I'm really happy to see all over the world, lots of beautiful summit, conference, gathering with interesting people, well organized. Really, really, I'm happy because I'm pushing in the same direction. But I believe that you guys and our community, the Aspire and the World Fellows, is something different. It's something different because it's not just we gather during one per year, but we were working together during each year, along each year, for 10 years. Do you remember that we started with the first summit in Paris, 2014, but then we start to say, okay, we are sharing knowledge. Now how we can training fellows, how we can be trained. And we started with a program called Training Fellows, and we call expertise from nutrition, from psychology, from external, and we asked, teach us. Then we decide to do some exclusive interview, and we interview Guardiola, Conte, Ancelotti, and many others to learn from the big. Then we moved in other programs. We decided to do a series as a Netflix. We did a couple of series, one to learn from the player and one to learn from other sports. Mr. Scariolo was one of the, thanks again, thanks for coming, and thanks for also giving the opportunity to listen his speech, fantastic speech on ego, not the player, ego of the staff, because I think that we can learn from other sport a lot, and that was another important aspect of our, and then your presentation, fellows, really, thank you to be here, but thank you mostly to give your contribution. Each Monday, we publish in our web your presentations, you know. So each Monday, we enrich that community. And this is, I think, that unicity of this program, working together during the entire year. This is the difference compared to other programs. You know, in our vision, Aspire Visions, that the senior management put that Aspire wants to be the leader. So we are trying to follow this one. Aspire is leaders, is powered by a vision. 20 years powered by a vision from our senior management that are inspiring us to do something like this one. So something that is based on creativity, because we are changing the plan, we are organized, we have find solution to keep learning. It's based on continuity, because absolutely 10 years in this way, but it's based on connection. And let me underline these aspects. We believe strongly in this connection. Today, in this summit, we decide to celebrate the friendship. So friendship is the best. And you know our values, that are 6 values. We introduced this one. And performance is one value, but there is no performance without movements. No movements without accessibility. No accessibility without sharing. No sharing without diversity. No diversity without community. And there can never be a community without a friendship. So today we are here in this place to celebrate this moment. This morning, the Aspire Fellow was playing football and beach volley here in a friendly way. I spoke with several of them. How was you won? I won. They won, but anyway, they enjoyed that moments. So with this activity that we are doing, we always thinking, okay, what's the next? And this year, June to 2024, we introduced another concept. I said that education is important, but I think that the football has also one power that is can help the society, can help through the education to share in a free way, in bringing our knowledge in the different continents. And we introduce the workshop tour. The workshop tour is a way to go in different continents with you guys, with our fellows, and we decide to go in South America, in Argentina, thanks to the support of our friends, your friends and my friend, Juan Sebastian Veron, that he came here to share with us his speech in Paris, in Berlin, and in Doha. And when I involved him, do you want to do something together? He said, Walter, the stadium is your stadium, come here, and we call the coaches. It was an amazing day, and to put together, thanks to Barcelona, Gerard was one of the persons that were involved, Rosa Pico Rosa for Villarreal, Mattia Modonutti for Inter, Andrea Calorina for Italian national team, of course Aspire, the Estudiantes and River Plate that put together their players, and we play. We invite 1,000 of coaches, and they spend 2 days with us in a sharing environment, in a beautiful environment. And then we had another day. I will tell you what we did the third day. During that moment, I have to say thank you also to one of the important partners. By the way, thanks to our partner, all our partners that are supporting this summit. But we have one of these partners that is fit together, that is a little bit more than a partner, because we sign an MOU with them, and because now, just to add something, we decided, okay, technology and innovation are important, and we are learning from companies that come, but then we said, why don't we challenge ourselves and to do something new? With our experience, with our data, why we cannot build something? So we signed an agreement with Fit Together to have a GPS powered by Aspire, because I think that our staff can give the directly feedback that come from the pitch. So we're working together. Thank you, Jim Su Yun, for the CEO of the company, to support the project in Argentina and to be part of this challenging experience for us, because it's the first time that Aspire Academy tried to enter in the market of technology in this way. But I would like to show that moments spent in La Plata, Argentina.
Bienvenido Seba, por favor, escenario de ustedes. Walter, Sebastián.
De verdad ha sido un placer entrenarlos.
Me acuerdo las primeras charlas que tuvimos.
Este tremendo evento.
Los mejores clubes, federación, 10 federaciones, selecciones de Italia, del Qatar.
The challenge was the accuracy. We are here. We are at the first floor. We have a meeting room. If you have any question and if you want to know more about the Fit Together, please come down.
Estoy suscrito a la plataforma de Aspire.
Que los chicos necesitan mayor información de la que...
En otros tiempos, esto que estamos viviendo...
La importancia de los clubes para atraccionar.
El fútbol te aporta muchas cosas, pero estáis aburriendo.
Primero, un placer estar acá compartiendo. Gol directamente, tiene que haber un pase al compañero.
De la cantera del Inter, Mati. Tener a disposición tecnología por recuperación bastante amplia.
¿Qué emoción tenéis para desear Florencia?
Donde ella sí le quería como solución final.
Inmediata, después de los partidos.
Si es muy largo el pase.
¿Dónde está el espacio? ¿Dónde está la debilidad del rival?
Tener un pequeño espacio ideal y de las características.
Les agradecemos a los dos.
Igual que todos, trata con la gestión. Muchísimas gracias.
So thanks to all the people that support this program, and the third day we did maybe the best things. The best thing, we put together 350 kids from the periphery of La Plata, and Seba Veron told me, Walter, these kids are amazing. They have several big problems in their family, but they love football. So the idea was to do two activities into the two courts. The stadium have two basketball court indoor, and we organized there. Then when I was there, I said, imagine to let this player play on the pitch of Estudiantes, that for them Estudiante is the reference. And I spoke with the manager of the pitch. I said, please, is it possible without destroy? He said, no way, 2 days there is the Estudiante play a game. No, sorry Walter, we love the kids, but we cannot. So I said, I did a call to Sebastian Veron. Seba, what do you think? He said, Walter, go ahead. 2 minutes, the director called me, okay, but please do not destroy so much the pitch. The player was playing there, and it was their moment, 350 players, imagine, played there in this space, and the most important then, together, was an emotional day for us to see these kids around us and to enjoy that moment. So it was a great experience, and I hope that the next challenge is to go in another place. We are thinking to go in Asia, then we would like to go in Europe, we want to go in North America. So this is our challenge. This is the moments where the kids were enjoying to stay with us. But now let's stop the story, the past, and let's move on now, the day of today. As I said, we are here, as the Director General said, we bring here in this beautiful environment because we want to celebrate that friendship, but also we want to keep sharing knowledge. So we will combine these two aspects, and the summit will start immediately with the first master class, and in general we will have 3 topics, really simple. This year was easy to define which topic to discuss. So we said 10 years, and let's see what football, the enhancement of football in these 10 years, from performance point of view, performance and medical, for technical, tactical point of view. So the first 2 topics will be on that aspects. The third topic is, as always, the next. Okay, for performance and for technical, tactical, what's the next? What we should expect for the next 10 years. So, thank you so much, and I hope that you enjoy this 2 journey with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Walter Di Salvo, Executive Director of Aspire Academy Global Summit. As he said, masterclass time. So, our first guest today with this masterclass is a remarkable figure in football coaching and performance analysis. Renowned for his innovative approach, he's made significant strides in blending technical acumen with cutting-edge sports science. His commitment to continuous learning has established him as a thought leader and sought-after speaker in this field. At one time, Aspire Academy was his home, so welcome back.
In my previous experience, I work in a couple of environments where this one were like the top of the top. It was in Qatar during my time in Aspire Academy.
Please welcome Ajax head coach Francesco Farioli.
Thanks so much.
By the way, this is commitment for you. His team were playing in the Eredivisie last night. 2-2 draw against FC 20. Well done.
Yeah.
You're okay, you've got your own microphone,
yes,
but I do have something special for you.
Thank you so much.
Because we're ready to listen to your masterclass.
Thank you so much.
Francesco, take it away.
So, yeah, it's a big pleasure to be here after so many years. As Walter and Ivan said before, it's about football, but especially it's about connection, people. And here in front of me there are many people that are still with me from this journey, and you will see later, but also people that we crossed the road and somehow at some point it was fantastic to meet them again for a few minutes and to hug, because at the end football brings a lot of emotion. As you can see in the sideline, I'm quite active and I live with the feeling of the games, with the emotion of the game. And there is nothing better than to share this emotion with the people that you are suffering together, working together, and spending a lot of time and energy together. Because as you know, in this room, all of us, we like to win, or we try to win, but the success is always, something that you cannot predict. You can just aim for and try to really to push yourself and push the people with you to try to go over there. So now let's see if the technology will support me and if I will be able to move the pieces in the proper way. And as I said, I really would like to start with a picture that I think is quite relevant, because it was my first picture when I was here, 2015, December 2015. And the nice part of this one, that I came here, I was 26 years old, alone with my bag of dreams, but mainly I came alone. So in one country far away from my home, without any quality to be able to speak English. Also, it was quite difficult for me at the beginning. As you can imagine, I like to talk quite a lot, but in the first period it was a big challenge for me to be able to connect. And 2 years after, I was a bit less alone. These are the people that we share many moments together. In this case, not with, let's say, the results that we wanted, but with a lot of work and a lot of commitment to this project that, as Mr. Ivan Bravo said before, to see in the national team some of our players is something, that year after, if you speak about vision, about putting the effort without knowing what is going to grow into the future, and to see now that some of our kids are football players, are men, and they are helping the country to be recognized all over the world. I think it's, years later, give us something special for us. And as Walter said before, it's about football, but it's also about connection and to be with people, and people that, by the way, people that are with me since my first experience as a head coach, that it was in Turkey 5 years ago. Of course, as you can see, there are a lot of people in yellow, and this is the part, football is growing, the staff are getting bigger. In this picture, of course, the players, but especially the people in yellow are the ones that somehow at some point became your family. From this picture, there is our analyst that I met in Turkey and stays with us in our experience in France. Daniele, that I met years ago in Lucchese when I was in Italy, just before to come to Qatar. And the other people that now you will see here with the circle are people from Aspire family, people that I met here, that we build our relationship based on mainly at the beginning the desire to be together and to really work to try to make the best for this incredible project, because honestly it's very difficult to find a different word to describe what Aspire is and what Aspire it means for us, and of course for all of you that you know quite well this organization and this process. And nothing. So if we speak about friendship and we keep some of the keywords that we used before, I think it's a very nice example of what Aspire means to us. And nothing to go through in our presentation and in which is I'll say to try to bring a small contribution. I decided and we decided, because here today there is quite a big presence of my current technical staff. And of course, being responsible of a club with this history and this reputation is a big responsibility. But before to arrive there, I think the part that is the most interesting one is to try to understand how things, at least for myself, started. Which was the real motivation and the real desire to go through and to try to put the things together and to connect the things together. And at the end, I think that, as Ivan said before, when we evaluate coaches, most of the time is about the last results or the last 2-3 results. But for all of us that we work in football, we know how many things we are doing to try to constantly move forward and improve and get better and better. And at least for myself and for us, one of the main reasons that really motivate us to take this step and to move in this direction has been like the desire to try to apply our ideas, but especially to apply our taste about football. So one of the main reasons it was to try to combine the knowledge that, of course, you are going to get watching games, knowing people, sharing ideas, and after, when you sit at home, that you try to think about or you dream about how your team has to play, to try to make things together and from there to go. And if we speak and if we go exactly in this direction about putting the things together and choose what you like, I think it's an operation that we are quite used to do when we are at home and we are on Netflix trying to choose, the movie that we want to pick. At the end, is something that is happening, I think, to all of us at least a couple of times per week. And we are always in front of decisions, and we have always the opportunity to take something with us and to choose what is close to our taste and our feeling. And so I made this this joke to try to move and to change the face of the movies, for example, with some coaches. And from there, to try to, because at the end, when you start, you try to pick the one that you feel closer or the one that make you think and make you move in a certain direction. And this one is one activity that at the end, the picking ideas and putting the things together helps you to create a starting point that in my time in 2014, before to come here, it was, how to say, many ideas, but not with a lot of order. And what Aspire really helped me to do, it was to try to put a bit in order what I had inside to be finally in one place where you can learn from the people close to you, where the organization can help you to grow, and the time and going forward and moving forward. There is always opportunity to add, and this is, I think, something that basically move all of us, this desire to create space and to open gaps to bring new things inside. And at the end, for all the coaches, there are, for me, 3 key elements in the way of building our idea. One is the game model. The other one is what you are going to face in every weekend, and now with this particular schedule every 2 days. So how you are going to approach the game, because the games are never the same. And the other part, of course, is to build a method that can help you to facilitate the other part. The game model is one perspective, is one utopia somehow, is something that, in my opinion, is always growing and and moving, and also in this part, of course, the contribution of the players and the environment where you work helps you to move some pieces. But this one, for me, are the key elements that, as a coaches and as a technical staff, we like to keep with us. And especially, again, of course, the analysis to be really self-critical with ourselves, and in the other side, to have, of course, principles that are always there and part of things that you would like to see all the time into your team, but in the other side as well to have a certain level of flexibility and capability to adapt and to adjust according to the situation. So, and this one, let's say, is one of the main reflection or thoughts that I always had in my mind, and that we are, as I said, every day try to move forward. I don't know why the screen is not moving forward. If we can give a touch, please. So this one is exactly the same, but basically, of course, from this structure and this rigid idea, let's say, to really make it simple, because at the end, to add many things, this one is a work for the technical staff. After, for the players, we need to be able to really, make simple and to squeeze as much as possible, like the concept. And if we really want to go in the shortest way, our game model and what we are trying to apply basically is everything is based about the concept of the free player. So in possession, to try to look and to find the free player, and out of possession, to try to avoid for the opponent to find the free man. And after, from there, to have, of course, like, a deepest analysis. That is one is much more for the technical stuff. Preparing the presentation, I think also, if you speak about changes and evolution, it was also quite significant to use the image of the metro of Doha. That has been one of the main activities that changed the face of the city. And we try to put over the metro stops like the main point and the main part of our game model, our game strategy, and the topics that we are going to analyze. And of course, the method, that is the part that is building and creating the process to try to apply both the game model and the game strategy. But more than everything, I think that the part that is, can we go? Yeah. The part, and this one is always what, how to say, make us move the most, I think, are the questions that are always open topics that through the time give us usually different answer. And before to go through, I think there are the two main, so as you can see, there are 5 different questions, the one in red, the one in yellow, and the one in green. But especially for me, there are the 2 in blue that are the key elements to really help us. And if you really want to go in terms of principle, like the not negotiable elements that are relevant for the way that we work and for the effort that, as we spoke before, we try to put every day on. At the end, okay, how to win, I think all of us, we are agree, and all of us, we have very clear the answer. But the most important part for me is in the moment that we start, to be really aware that every decision is going to bring consequences, positive or negative. And how we are going to deal with the negative consequence of what we do, I think, is the priority and one of the most important part to really, to say, be aware of. And one of the reasons why some years ago I decided to move from the goalkeeper coach position, as at my time I was here, and to try to move in this direction, it was mainly about these 2, how to say, questions, and to try to keep as much as possible the coherence in between these 2 question mark, and especially with the answer that I try to give. So yesterday we mentioned before the results of yesterday, and yesterday night in the flight, I think it was somehow important to add which is the meaning of the way that you want to lose, because at the end, if you ask the player to play, to try to be dominant, to try to take the lead of the game, to try to take initiative, we have to be at some point to put in consideration also the fact that something could go a bit different from what is planned and what we want. So this one is from the game of yesterday. We are the blue team. In this case, we lost the ball, and we conceded the goal of the 1-0. And as you can see, football is, yes, about joy, but it's also about the reaction in front of the pain and in front of the sufferance for a mistake. And this one, of course, is something that is happening because football is a game made by mistake. Of course, all of us, we are working every day to try to reduce as much as possible this type of moment and this type of feeling, but at the end, this is the reality that we have to cope with. We are working with humans, and as I said, is how us as a technical staff, we are able to approach and to try to go in the direction of the player to sustain the process and of course to be really connected with the day-by-day situation. And of course, in this case, if you check the method, you see already a couple of words that in football are quite, it's always there, short-term and long-term. So how we are able, or how we should be able to combine these two things. So what is for today and also what is for the future, and how us as a technical staff we can contribute and we can help our players and our boys to try to grow and to stay, let's say, into the plan. So going a bit through, again, try to simplify it and make it really simple. After, of course, if we want to go deeper and deeper, there are principles, sub-principles, and details, etc., etc. But once again, what needs to arrive to the players, in our opinion, is a clear message. So once again, with keywords that can help the players to recognize the moment, and basically with the ball to have like a different solution to go through and to arrive to score, and in the other way, which type of feelings we want to have when we are defending, but in the way that we are defending also, of course, there is our way of attacking, because at the end, football, yes, is split by phases. These are the game phases that we are used to work, but more than, take things like in separate boxes. I think one of our main priorities as a coach, and let me say the biggest challenge for us as a coach, is to try to put all the game phases, and I try to use the images of the crosswords, because I believe that our main job, if we go into the methodological part and in the part that how we want to deliver the message to the player, is how we are able to combine all the different moments into of the game and to put it all together. And as much as we are able to keep the space tight and to connect the things together, in my opinion, better it is for, let's say, the fluidity of the game and the capacity to be really like in every moment and in every phase, to behave as a team and to have clearly one idea about what to do. In this part, this one is one of the parts that requires a lot of attention and a lot of dedication in the way of taking decisions that sometimes lead you to lose something in certain area in order to keep a little bit, the structure of all the phases. To make it simple, and after we will see some images that I think will help and will clarify. Maybe in a build-up zone 1, that is what we call like the building up in the first 30 meters on the pitch, could be that a certain structure could give us some advantages, but somehow this advantage that we have in that phase of the game could affect what is happening in some other moment. So basically the message is, if you move one letter of the map, to have very clear that all the time that you move one piece is going to affect all the rest. So all the time that we take a decision, and that's why the hours that we spend in the office and the discussion that we have in between us are always in this direction, because we love to challenge each other, we love to push our limits in the way, okay, if we do this one, which are the consequences, positive or negative? And this one, as I said, I think is one of the main duties that as a technical staff we have in terms of responsibility and clarity in front of our players. So here are some examples. We start with the defensive organization. As we spoke before, one of the main word that we use, it was the idea to suffocate, so like to really put pressure onto the opponent. So this is a moment of pressing goal kick. most of the time, the majority of the time, we try to be really man-to-man oriented in order to give this feeling of full pressure on. So here a couple of examples. And the desire, again, to recover the ball and to regain the domain of the ball. And again, in this type of situation, to try to recover, catch the team open and unbalanced, and from there to try to get and to maximize the opportunity to go to score. As I said, when we defend, it's also a moment to attack. And when we attack, there is also a way of defending. Of course, we spoke before about the game strategies. All the time, and there are, let's say, more games inside of the same game, so the flexibility and the capability to adjust according to the situation. So in the action before, they try to play. In this case, they close the team to go for a direct ball. So to be able to recognize and to have, again, structures and possible solutions to facilitate the life of the players in every different moments, and after, of course, especially the capacity for the players to really feel part of and to automatize what they are doing. So to create a type of fluidity in everything that is going to happen. And we will see later one of the priority in modern football, where the intensity is going up and the time every day is lower and lower and lower. The priority is to try to develop players that are able to execute somehow before to decide, to get the information. So this capacity to anticipate and to be constantly some second or at least part of seconds in advance, in order to be to have already the solution in mind, and when one solution is closed, to try to find another one. Here, other situation, moment of high press. Same scenario. Try to, in this case, to force the opponent to commit a mistake and to lose the ball. From there, to recover and to score. Same situation from another match. So this feeling of putting pressure, try to reduce as much as possible the time for the opponent to think and to take decisions, and after, from the moment of imbalance, to try to get the best advantage possible. And again, these are type of habits or things that we really want as a, of course, ideal scenario, and it's something that we would like to do, of course, in every moment that we don't have the ball, because this is what we like and what we want to do. But in the other side, also football is as I said before, is based by a moment where you are not in control, so you need to create the conditions to get the control again. Here we are, the blue team, in a moment of, how to say, waiting and generating the conditions to start to defend. Of course, ideally to recover and to go to score, or like in this case, to avoid the progression of the opponent and to defend and not to concede the scenarios and the possibility for them to hurt us. Here, in this case, from our basic shape, we are used to defend in the let's say, medium low block with a line of 5, dropping with a number 6 in the line, and creating a shape of 5-2-3. And again, in this moment, it was difficult to arrive to get the ball, and it was a moment of, how to say, preparation for us to go again and to try to recover the ball. But what is important is to have the 11 players thinking the same thing in the same moment. And as you can see, also the players that are far from the ball, how they interact and how they collaborate to each other in order to force the opponent to take the wrong decision, or for sure not to open up too many solutions, because after it's also true that we need to recognize, and we have to recognize the qualities of the opponent, the characteristic of the opponent, and the capacity in certain moment to suffer and to struggle also a bit lower. Another situation of defending low, in this case even lower, but again with the desire to force the opponent to try to get the ball, and from getting the ball to try to get the advantage of the structure with a combination, and from there to have the opportunity to counter-attack, like in this case, and to arrive to generate opportunities. Once again, in the moment that we defend, there is also a moment of attack. After going even deeper, in this case, you can see in the middle of the box, quite a big fight and big challenge in order to defend the goal, and this is also something that is really important. In this case, we were with 10 men, with one man less, few minutes missing against one team that was really physical and really aggressive in delivering a lot of crosses. So the attitude to defend also inside of the box with a certain capability, with a certain physicality, so you can enjoy a couple of moments that, if we speak about crossing, like the sport, this is quite a big mix between football and some boxing situation, so very physical, and that's why, once again, when we speak about everything that creates the performance, how important it is to be physically strong and physically confident in order to have the capacity to sustain this type of duels and this type of activities. After, there is the other part that is us with the ball, so what we want to do, and this part is a bit counterintuitive because we believe that we decide what to do. The reality that in the way that we approach the game is the opponent that is telling us what to do. So according to the type of scenario that we face, to try to have a variability of solution that help us to find the proper chance. So in this case, against one team that was coming to press quite aggressive, man-to-man, in this case the game naturally became a bit more vertical. And as you will see, in basically 2 passes, the opportunity to go to score and to attack the depth. So from this type of situation that sometimes can happen, from other games where the pressure is on but requires some extra passes in order to progress on the pitch, so the concept of the free man and the capacity to progress through the free man according to what the opposition is doing and try to close. So as I mentioned just 1 minute before, is just to find the time, the patience in order to eliminate and to have a clean progression on the pitch, and from a situation of low building up to try to arrive to attack with the best condition possible and the best scenario to go to score or to have a chance. Sometimes this one, in the last 2 clips, we saw a very clean action that lead us to a shot. In this case, you will see that it's not to go to shoot, but it's just to win meters and to move the team some meters up, and from there to start to play a different type of game phase. So to play in a different scenario. So from zone 1 to what we call zone 2 and opposite half. And here, from the game of yesterday, another situation, so ball in game, situation where the goalkeeper is highly involved to find the superiority and to help us to have a clean building up on the pitch. And in the moment that we eliminate, to try to attack with conditions and advantage in order to try to arrive with a better chance in the opposite half to go to score. This one we can open at the topic if it was penalty or not. Still we are in discussion, but okay, was not, at least for the referee. Some other example of the same topic. Different matches, different opponent, different way of pressing, and of course, same main principle, but different solution and different possibility, and also the rhythm. Okay, so to have the patience to really bring them out, make them jump, and in the moment that they jump, to recognize the proper progression and the proper evolution on the pitch, but with the feeling of occupying the space in a proper way. And finally, and basically, to try to force them to run through their goal. Different shape of the opponent. Different matches, and again, sometimes the preparation takes a bit long because you have to try to stimulate the others to really come to press, and in the moment that they change the rhythm, to change the rhythm too. So in this case, to be like a bit reactive, that is not maybe the correct sentence, but to be ready for the possible scenarios. And from there, again, to try to get the momentum, to win the momentum, and to go through. Of course, with the players, what we try to do is to try to give the best possibilities possible. After, it's up to their talent, and we need the players and their interpretation to really find the moment of the game, and it's their interpretation that make the difference. And in this moment, this is the right center back that is attacking almost as a winger. So the other part of the game that, of course, is quite important is when we are able to move some meters up on the pitch. So what we call zone 2 in the limit of, in this case already, type of almost opposite half. And again, quite a lot of passes before to really find the moment and to create the imbalance into the opponent. And from there, to try to arrive to attack the depth, like in this case, with the conditions and with the best conditions possible in order to go. After moving through on the pitch, there is the other part that is what we call in our own language like opposite half. So when the two center backs, both of them, are already with the feet, both feet in the opposite half. And of course, this one is also quite important topic in modern football. You listen quite a lot this one in all the press conference from the coaches of the main club all over the world, how difficult it is to attack a team that is defending with 10 men behind the ball, defending very low in the last 30 meters. So this is the moment where the patience and the capacity to really wait the moment to progress is key and is fundamental. So of course, in this moment, the action is a bit less, not as fast as it was in the other action. So, require some extra passes, some moments of preparation is the word that we usually use. And from moving is to find the moment and the gap where the opponent somehow drop the attention. And after, of course, is the creativity, is the timing to find certain passing line and certain possible progression on the pitch in order to go through. Another example. So here, as you can see, we face different. So 11 players behind the ball, but with a different structure. So this action is an action where we start basically in zone 1. We end up in the opposite half. We had, let's say, a good continuity in the opposite half. So bring them out, create a space in the back to attack, move the team, shift in the other side of the pitch, try to set ourselves in the opposite halves, and from there to try to attack. And to create the conditions in the moment that we lose the ball to have continuity in the opposite half, to recover the ball and to gain a real advantage from what is happening over there. So again, it's to make them tired of running behind us and running and following the ball. So in this case, the action that didn't go through, we lost the ball, they cleared the ball, but again, the feeling of suffocation. So to try to be there and to win balls, lost the ball, recover the ball one more time, lose it again, good reaction, recover the ball, and from there to find the momentum, and again, the quality and the combination in the tight space in order to find the goal and to find an opportunity at least. Another example, as you can see, 10 men in 15 meters, more or less. So also the confidence, and that's why for us it's very important also to train in quite tight space, because it's a scenario that we face quite a lot. So to create for the players the habits to manage and to combine in the tight space and in the tight environment, and from there to go through and to try to progress and to find the way to arrive to shoot and to if possible, of course, to score. The other part, so this is a bit like the progression about what we would like to see, but after there is the most important part, that is the most important, I don't know, but one main part is about how to build a certain way of thinking, playing, and especially how to create automatism, but especially how to create, to go a bit deeper into the players and to arrive into the level of subconsciousness. So to have the capability to take decision before to start to think. So I think it's a discussion that, especially here, having so many performance coaches about the traditional integrated training or the most recent studies about the systemic approach. So, and this part, honestly, is something that after being in constant evolution, we will go through in a few seconds. But of course, the majority of our work is a bit in this part, so to try to create the conditions where the analysis and the perception of the around for the players is going to be something that is anticipating the event, and the event usually is when we receive the ball. I think we had a great example in the past and in the present. I think the videos of Xavi, Iniesta, and the scanning on the pitch and the capacity to check the around has been one of the, they are maybe the first and the best example of this one. And for example, this is something that we learned here, or that at least I learned here for the first time 10 years ago. And this type of request and information, of course, make us think and make us move in a direction where to create an environment and training session that helps the player to be under stress, and after, in the moment that they go on the pitch, to try to make their life a bit easier. Even if it's clear that it's almost impossible to recreate the condition of the game, but to try to get as close as possible. After, because we are always trying to look forward, how to improve and how to get better, is never like to pick one and to remove the other. And especially in the last couple of seasons, also to go back a bit in the, sometimes also in the traditional part, and to work a bit more, sometimes also as specific, let me say, also in the way of conditioning the player, because when you don't have too much time, sometimes to have also the opportunity to add some pills or some vitamin into the system of the player is in our opinion, is a good way of helping the player to get better and getting ready for the competition and for what they have to face. And at the end, if we want to put, let's say, our methodology in one map, let's say that this is one, I think, quite interesting and graphic way of imagining the possible drills and the possible training steps that we have, where, of course, as you can see in the top, in the left, is like the street football, okay, so like the football from the street, and in the other side, in the bottom, in the right, you see exactly the opposite, where the spaces and the indication for the players are really straight, and where let's say the impact of the technical stuff is really high. So here, if we put on the map like all the possible training steps, the one that we are used to use in our own vocabulary, this is like type of map and where let's say where the training steps are closer, or the type of work. And it's clear that if we speak about the technical work, is a very analytic scenario, and that's why you find it in the bottom right, as well the fitness and the conditioning in a more analytic way, but as well the set pieces and what we call positional work. And from this one, there is, if we go like in a bigger picture, there is also like the fact of what we are doing using different tools and different scenarios. And the reality that for the players, what is, let's say, in this diagonal from bottom left to top right is the learning zone. So where the players are in the bottom left facilitated or not facilitated, like are stressed by the size of the pitch, and the possible variation and the rules that we put inside of the exercise. And in the top right is where the number of indication of and coaching point are really high in a normal space. This part is what we call learning zone for the player, what is a bit more like street football that after in a professional team is difficult to have it, but for example, if you speak about a mini tournament, a small competition where the players, they self-organize by themselves, we call it like exploration zone, so where the players can go a bit more in their nature, because at the end it's something that we have always to try to keep alive, to keep the instinct and the kid that start to play football always alive inside. And after, everything that is below the diagonal line, we call it specialization zone. So what we use to improve the players to be, if we speak about vitamin and pills that we can give to the players in order to be accurate, specific, and to individualize the work. After, this part is clearly something that also for us has an impact in the way of working. And if we move this analysis in our job as a coaches, we speak about teaching zones, so where and how we can help the players in a different way, where we can observe, and so like take a step back and analyze what is going on. In the other side, what is at the bottom of the teaching zone, we call it correction zone, so where, to be specific, to go through and to be really effective in the message that we want to deliver. So this is about the method. So we saw a bit of things about the game model. So the idea, the identity, the type of behaviors that we are looking from our players. As you can see, there are some points like the decision making, the freedom, but as well, so the freedom and the conscious part of the player, but also, let me say, at some point also the type of illusion of the free will, because when the process and the mechanism is automatized, is also this one is quite ideal scenario, but is what we should aim for, to try to go so deep into the soul of the players that they take decision without really knowing what they are doing. So the illusion of the free will, and as well the unconscious part. In the other side, of course, all the moments of the game strategy. So we saw before, like the very important work of the analysts. So the type of information that they give to us, and for us as a coaches, as a technical staff, to prepare like the possible scenarios, all the possible scenarios, also the unexpected one. How create in some moments also duels and possible mismatch. That it's a basketball word, not when we create like different possible advantage, the game plan, and of course in case the change of plan if it's needed. But on top of, and especially like the part that at the end put all the things together, is a bit deeper, because we want to create habits and to generate new habits, but the reality that I think there is no a better place than Aspire and Doha and Qatar for what they did in terms of vision, in terms of capacity to start to build something when nothing was there. And this one, in my opinion, most of the time it came for a word that is a bit underrated, but in my opinion is absolutely key. And you know, life at some point, like in this case, the lines of the metro cross each other, and belief is something that is really deep inside for me and for my technical staff. And the good part that, by coincidence, yes or not, we never know, this word, the belief and the talent that are the two last word of the metro, are also something that are really relevant for the culture of the club that today we have the privilege to represent. And I want to finish this meeting with one video that we saw when we arrived in Ajax, that they showed to us, and I think it's a nice way to close this presentation.
Belief. It all started with belief. All we ever needed was belief. We believe in beauty, in changing the game. We believe in writing history, so we did. Here, we believe in creativity, in fighting the odds. In quality over age, talent over status, courage over fear. It's what made us. It's what flows through our streets. We believe in the power of three. We believe in know-it-alls, artists and sinners, the culture of concrete where flowers grow, where they dream of history, where they become winners. It all starts with belief.
And I feel it running through my
We are Ajax. We are for the future.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just give just the last one because I think it's something that Walter mentioned before, and I'm really glad for the invitation that I got from Walter and from Daniele 1 month ago when we met in Rome. So I think Walter 11 years ago, when you went to Ivan to propose this one, it was a very creative action and very creative initiative. So it's just a small present, but I think it's quite significant. Cannot be more creative than a number 10. Our new transfer. Yeah.
Stay on still. Could I now call back up onto the stage, thank you, Francesco, if you can stay there. Director General, Aspire Academy. Ivan Bravo, please, to present Francesco with a gift for our appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco. Thank you, Ivan Bravo, as well, once again. Thank you.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, what a wonderful morning. It's turning out to be, as we'd expect, of course, the 10th Aspire Academy Global Summit. Now, just to let you know, from what you've got printed in your sheets, there's just a little change there. Some of you might look down and see Gabriel Batistuta. He has a family emergency, and our thoughts are very much with him and his family right now. We really do hope that we'll be able to link up with Gabriel tomorrow, so that'll be happening tomorrow. We're fast approaching lunch. You can go out and dip your toes in the Persian Gulf behind to re-energize before this afternoon's another star chat, I beg your pardon, and also the workshops and the round table. So it's a busy day. It's all on the way. But next we have our first star chat of the day. Now I'm going to introduce somebody to conduct that star chat. So I'd like to introduce a friend and colleague of mine from Alcas Sports Channels. He's also an analyst on beIN Sports. In his heyday as a player, he was a very exciting winger, causing all kinds of bother for the defence. Played in the English Premier League for Swindon Town under the likes of Glenn Hoddle and Ozzy Ardiles. He went on then to play for Sunderland in the English Premier League under Peter Reid and played for Manchester City, who his father also played for. He comes from a generation of footballers, 3 generations, who all left their mark on the professional game of football. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nick Summerby.
Eden Hazard as well, he helped him through. And obviously Totti as well, so it gives you a little bit of an idea. But I'm more intrigued with what he's done in football. He's done everything. I'm talking about at the very start of his career, he was a physiotherapist, if I could say that. So he's done everything, assistant manager, player manager, coach, scout, you name it, he's done it. I'm going to play a VT now, so you'd obviously have a little bit more of an idea, and I'm looking forward to interviewing him. Ladies and gentlemen, Rudy Garcia. How are you? Is that okay for you?
Not so bad.
We're going to go right into it because obviously it's a busy day for everybody. You come and your father was an ex-footballer and obviously you didn't want to go into coaching. What changed your mind with that?
In fact, I haven't changed my mind. It was to convince me that it was a difficult job, but I knew from the beginning that I was made to be a coach. My father was a coach, but he trained in not professional teams, so he had no advantages to be a coach, only the problems. I'm very lucky, I think, to be able to do that job, because from child I'm passionate about football, and when you can live from your passion, it's really a privilege.
After that, your first job was a technical assistant at St Etienne. What does that consist of? What's the passion in that?
My first experience in professional, yes, was assistant in St Etienne, legendary club in France. But after John Toshak, who was my coach, John Toshak left the club, and we took the first team with a player, Jean-Guy Wallem. So it was a duo, a pair. But story showed that you'd never have success if you do like this. So it was the same thing in Saint-Etienne. It was amazing when I was assistant, because we joined again Ligue 1, and in second division at Saint-Etienne, Christophe Galtier knows that because he coached also Saint-Etienne. The stadium is 35,000 people, and in second division we had 3 games in a week, and we make 100,000 spectators, fans coming to the stadium. So this first experience was fantastic. After I coached all those the terrible enemy of Saint-Etienne, Lyon. But for me, it's my job, so I like when I come into a club, I like the environment. I'm very proud to be part of the project of my new club. Yes, I'm lucky to do that job.
How important is communication? You know, obviously it must have changed a lot from when you first started to where we are now, because the game has changed a lot. So how important is communication to you?
Communication is essential.
When I say communication, do you put it through as a group of players, or do you put it through as a captain, or how do you work that one out?
Everything. The communication you can listen is media communication, no? When you speak to the media, to the journalist. But for me, there is at least 2 communication. There is an internal communication when you speak to your players, and there is an external communication because it's not possible to say everything to the media. There is one one thing it's very important is the dressing room. Normally, all the things what happen in the dressing room needs to stay in the dressing room. It's not like this now because communication is totally different. I think about also social media, so we have to act with that. But for example, social media for any players are very important. Sometimes they listen too much for something because social media it's fantastic when you're good, you win, and everything is okay. But it can be also terrible when you have problem.
So you encourage social media with the players, yeah? Is that
you need to do with, but for me the most important thing is to stay with the group, to speak between us, to deliver some messages inside the dressing room, and to protect us from the outside.
I'll ask you another one as well. Have you ever lost the dressing room? When I say lost the dressing, it's okay when things are going well and you're winning.
I understand. For me, never. But sometimes president push that in the front to say we need to change. The problem now when you are a coach is the time, because it's only short terms. Even when you have a project with a sportive project, a sports project, with normally 2 or 3 years contract, but it doesn't mean nothing now. The only guarantee you have to stay in your position is to win your games.
Well, this is the question what everybody would like to hear the answer to. Obviously Hazard, Eden Hazard, Salah, Totti, and then Cristiano Ronaldo. What is it like to coach those players? And they're at different stages of their career as well.
I always thought that it's easier to coach star players than normal players, because star players are humble, they are relaxed, because they have great confidence in their football. Normally they think collective also. For example, Francesco Totti is on the pitch was amazing, because he was able to see before the other, and technically able to do it in one touch, for example. And many times also stars players are working more than the others. For example, the extraordinary career of Cristiano Ronaldo, it's not only because of his talent. Even in Al Nassr, he came before the other, and he came back home after the others, because working for him is a second nature. So yes, it was fantastic to have players than Adar, Mohamed Salah in Rome also, who is a great player. And I repeat, for me, it's easier to coach that player. It's important also for me to speak a lot with these players, because you need to explain them what is your idea, but they have also big ideas and great ideas. So exchanges like this, it's very important for me. And also they are listened by the other players. So their voice, their words are very important.
So I'll say even more about Hazard, because Hazard, you had him at Lille, and you discovered him. You know, when you know you have a player of that talent, what do you do? It's not just as easy as just throwing him in and playing. You've got to help him, protect him a little bit.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that journey?
I said every time that when I saw Eden for the first time with the ball, he was amazing. But he thought that football was only with the ball, not without the ball. And in football, you need to defend in 11, not in 10. So yes, we protected him because he played at 16 years old with the first team with me. The very good thing is that Eden Hazard stayed with Lille, with us, until we won the French Cup and the League Cup in 2011. And after he stayed a season more with us to enter in the new stadium, and just after he left for Chelsea. What does that mean? That if you have some young players, obviously, if you are not a top club, you can't keep them with you. But let them in their environment, because better to be the king at the beginning when you are young in your club, that leave this club too early and have too much difficulty in your new big club.
And also, when you go into a dressing room at the start, do you set boundaries? Do you set principles? Are you strict with the players? Have they got to do things a certain way and certain things they can't do?
Well, for me, it's easier to have a big discipline defensively. Because when you work defensively with your linebacker, for example, or all the team, there is principle to respect, slide in the side of the ball, or go forward when the opponent is playing back, something like that, press during the pass. Or it's very easy for me to work defensively. Obviously now the team blocks are very short, and like Francesco said, time is very important. You need to make the things quicker than before, and technically in the small spaces. But offensively, I have also principles, but creativity is very important, and creativity is only in the head and in the feet of the players, because they are looking at the situation, they are reading the situation, and they are making the right choice. But there is some principle. When the ball is, for example, on the sideline in the last 30 meters, it's mandatory for one of my players to make a run in the box, for example. This sort of thing offensively are mandatory. But creativity, this is the most important thing in football. If you want to see assists and goals, who are the things who make you victory, give you victories, so you need to let the players offensively be creative.
You said about defensively. Now the role as a defender is totally changed now. The role of a defender isn't a goalkeeper, it starts the attacks off. So your thought process must have changed a lot now. Do you do the same? We've watched the videos before then about playing out from the back. Do you have to do this? Does every manager have to do this now? Because there are different ways to win games of football.
If your philosophy is to begin with the goalkeeper, you need to hire a goalkeeper good with his feet. But don't forget that the goalkeeper needs to stop the balls also with their hands. But yes, my philosophy is also this. I prefer to have the ball. The ball possession for me, it's important not to keep the ball, but to have the possibility to create some spaces, to find some spaces, to attack, to have some situation, offensive situation, and to score goals. Because I think that better to score just one more goal than the opponent, even if coaches are not happy when you receive a goal. I spoke with Francesco before the meeting, and he has the possibility of showing one goal he took yesterday. But you also improve your team working on the mistakes, because you have an opponent. The opponent can be also very good, but make a mistake is not a problem. Repeat a mistake, it's a good, very, very important problem. So you need to work on that.
Yeah, also you've been at some very passionate clubs, Marseille, Naples and Rome. I mean, what difference is that there when the crowd are what they are? Is it more difficult for the players? Is it something that you have to get them on side with the way you play, with the fans? Does that bring an added pressure, or is it not a pressure? Is it something you enjoy?
It's true that sometimes make choices with big facility. But when you are in this club, there is a big advantage, and it's when you are playing home, the pressure of the stadium is incredible. Again the opponent, again the referee also. And when you are playing away, you have a lot of fans also coming in the stadium to support you. But it's true that for me the important thing is also hire players who can play in this situation, because they need to have confidence to play at home. Because sometimes if you are not playing well, or if you are losing your game at home, the pressure changes totally, and the pressure is not on the opponent, the pressure is on you. So you need to have players with character and players who to be able to support that pressure. But when you win in that condition, I remember a quarter final of Europa League in Marseille, for example, against Leipzig, the Germany team, and I never heard a sound like this in a stadium. So yes, you have very, very big good moments, but you need also to manage negative moments, because in a season you have also negative moments.
It does help when you win your first derby at Rome, yeah? Once you do that then, straight away they love you.
When I came in Rome, it was terrible, because they had the bad idea to lose the Italian Cup against Lazio.
Right.
It was a derby, and the last game of the last season was this defeat. So for me it was quite easy to come, to put my game in the head of the players. And the most important thing was not on the pitch, it was working on the heads of the player, give them confidence again, to make them sure that they are great players, they are players of Roma. When you play in Roma, you need to have a certain level. And I remember that it was fantastic, because we won the first 10 games in Serie A. So it was a very good souvenir, as we say in French. And we won the fourth game was against Lazio, derby. I remember my sports director was afraid, oh, it's too early. But no, it was a good situation to cancel everything from the past and from the last season. So it was very good, yes.
So how do you keep improving as a coach? The game is moving at a rapid pace at the moment. How do you keep up with that?
We stay. We are improving every season with every experiences. There is no age for to improve. So you need to be open, because there is football is like life, no? Everything in movement, everything is changing. So you need to understand the young generation also, because it's totally different, because they are living more. I have not my phone, but they are more living here than face to face with the people. So you need to adapt. But obviously, I always thought that sport, and football in particular, is a wonderful school of life, you know. So sometimes these guys or these young players haven't the stability in Europe at home, so they need to find this stability and respect some rules, respect the opponent, and sport is perfect for that, and football is perfect for that.
You've had some good results as well in your career, especially bringing it up to date a little bit when you were at Lyon with Juventus, and obviously Pep's Manchester City. That must have been an interesting game, even more so when you're up against Pep. He seems to be the manager at the moment. How do you approach that game?
With the experience, there is no miracle potion, miracle lotion, miracle recipe. There is no miracle way that you can prepare a game and be sure that this game will be a positive game for you. But with experience, I think that to be relaxed, to focus on your game, on your way of playing, not to speak about too much about opponent, because everyone knows big players of Manchester City, and it's not necessary to speak to your players with the strengths of these teams. Better to be focused on your strengths, and we know that even when you are the weaker team, in football you can win the game. Maybe it's the only sport when you are weaker you can win the game, because one goal is very important. You can be dominated all the game, have very few or quite nothing change to score, and win 1-0. So to be relaxed, to make your players be confident, and to make your players believe in the fact that you can win also against great teams and great players. And what can I say? Maybe the last thing is tell to the player, this is the day to make as few mistakes as possible and to be as efficient as possible. That's the thing.
Well, this is a big talking point at the moment. I'm a very old school
Me too.
The way I look at everything. Are the players playing too many games? Are the players playing too many games?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure of that. There are no robots. So, for example, before, for nations in Europe, there were friendly games, no? Now, there is no friendly game. There is the Nation Cup.
Yeah.
So there are official games. Some players with Champions League, Cup, national team, they are playing more than 55, 60 games a season. In one season, it's not a problem. But
excuse me, that's nothing.
But
60 games, it's wonderful. To
Yeah.
play football is what you play. It's when you're winning, when you're in tournaments. I understand what you're saying about the national, the tournaments which have been made bigger. World Club Cup, I understand that. But
Yeah, for
if you're
example,
successful, you're playing those amount of games, surely.
Yes, but you know that great players, for example, they want to play every game. As Christophe is Lionel Messi didn't want to play one game in Paris Saint-Germain. Even with me, Cristiano wanted to play every game. It's not possible to ask them to exit or to rest. But our responsibility is also to think that players need to be protected. The problem is you saw too much games on TV. Sorry for media.
Okay.
And sometimes some games are boring because players are also choosing their game. If they play against Barcelona in Champions League, they will play at 100%. It's not necessary in your pitch to say the word motivation. Not necessary. In Champions League, your players will be at 100% and more than 100%. But after that, or before or after the Champions League, if you play a very small team in your league, yes, only one thing to do is be motivated. Your success in the league will be to beat this team, and if you are not at 100%, it will be difficult. So it's not so easy. And for me, in the future, I hope that FIFA, UEFA also, and leagues make a good decision to protect more the players. Because if you are looking now to all the games in Europe, there is a lot of players injured. Yeah. And what the media, what the fans want, they want to see the great player on the pitch, not in the doctor room.
Yeah, so in other words, just make the tour.
Help them and make them proud to play together, because remember that, okay, football is a collective sport, but with a big individuality or only individual players in the team. So our job is to make them play together and to be happy to play together and to win together, because this is the goal.
I think that comes to the end now, because we're going to have a short break. I think we're going to go to Rodri. We wish you all the very best. Thank you very much for coming. I've totally enjoyed it. And then we're going to have the break, and then we're going to come back for the next guest. Thank you very much.
No, thanks to you. I'm very happy to be there. Thank you.
Rudy Garcia. Can I call upon, please, the chairman of the Aspire Academy Global Summit, Ali Salem Afaf, and also, sorry, is also the Deputy Director General of Aspire Academy. Lovely to see you as always. If you could just come here and have a... Thank you, Rudy Garcia. Rudy also mentioned, of course, we know that Christophe Galtier, former PSG head coach, now here in Qatar with Al Dahel. He's here. We'll be having a star chat with him a little bit later on. Look forward to that very much. Belief, self-confidence, ego, we've heard them all. Sergio Scariolo knows all about that. He is with us throughout these 2 days, and we're very grateful for that as well. We're going to take a break now, as Nick mentioned. session back here. Before that, it's time for our second star chat of the day. And to welcome the star and to conduct that conversation, I'd like to invite back my friend and colleague from Alcaz Sports Channels, also an analyst with me in sports, Nick Summerby.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone's all settled and have a lovely dinner. My next guest, very excited to talk to him. He's got a bit of a smirk on his face here now. He started off at Saint Etienne, then went to Lille, which we were in a relegation battle, took them into Europe, won the league with Lille, went to Paris Saint-Germain Well, welcome. I forgot to mention one thing, is that you're obviously a manager here with De Gea. How is life in Qatar?
First thing, I need to tell you something. When I accept the invitation from Walter, he told me, don't worry about your English. We have a lot of translator, French translator. I came this morning, I didn't see anybody speak French, only Rudy speak French. But, like I said, I will give my best in English, okay? But please, be nice with me. But your English is perfect, tell me.
So just going back to...
My life is Doha.
But at the thank you, so you should do, but at the moment things are good. You are top of the league with De Gea.
Yes, it's true. Yes, the last season it was very difficult, and it was a very bad time for the club, for the player, for everybody, for the fans also. And we changed so many things this summer during the break, and we prepare well the season. The season was very good. We work very hard. We changed so many things inside the dressing room, like said Rudy this morning. The dressing room is very important. And we start well, and yes, we are first, but the league is not easy, and we have to continue to work strong and to be humble.
Humble, yes, bring it on.
Yes.
Listen, we're going to go back to the start. I mean, who inspired you and who mentored you?
Repeat, please.
Who inspired... It's quite difficult. I'm from Manchester. Nobody understands me.
You are from Manchester?
That's why I'm sweating. You're not
You are from Manchester?
Yes.
Man.
Just like that it is out there.
City, MU?
City at the moment.
Oh, I don't like it.
So going back to the start, who did you look up to? Who was your idol? Who made you be who you are today?
But sorry, I didn't. J'entends pas.
Right.
Sorry.
Who was your hero?
My hero?
Yes. Who helps you be who you are?
No, I don't. You know, I want to tell you something. Before I was player, I wanted to be manager.
You wanted to be?
Yes, I wanted to be manager before I was player. I start very early to pass some exam, and I love my job more when I was player. But I follow some manager like Sir Alex Ferguson. This is a big example for me, and I spoke a lot of time with him. I like too much Carlo Ancelotti, and this is my two favorite manager because they are they are very close to the players. You know, my job is not only make a session, try to win. Sure, this is the target, and for my president, for the fan, it's like this: you have to win, you have to win. But the first one thing is very important. This is a relationship between the people, and I know about Carlo Ancelotti. I know also about from Sir Alex Ferguson. They were very close, and Carlo is very close to his dressing room. And for me, this is two top model. Yes.
You said at a certain point the game belongs to the players.
Yes, this is my philosophy. For me, the job like a coach is you have to prepare the next game. You have to prepare the team. You have 4, 5 sessions during the week, if you play only the league, to prepare the next game. And you have to prepare the team, you have to prepare the player. We saw this morning with the video. Yes, you have to prepare everything. But after, when the game starts, it's for the players. It's for the players. For me, you have 5 minutes during the game. This is half time. Into the dressing room, you can change some things. You can change some things. Maybe now it's more easy to change something because we have 5 substitutes, but the performance is for the players. And I don't want to have some players to follow me like you have to do that, you have to do that, you have to. No. The player needs to take some responsibility, big responsibility into the field. But for that, we have to work for them about his confidence. If you don't have a player with confidence, it's not possible to play well. If you don't play well, normally you don't win a lot of games.
So that leads me nicely into the question, what everyone wants me to ask. Obviously, Mbappe, Messi and Neymar. What is it like to walk into a dressing room with the best players in the world there and playing in one team? How do you coach that, or do you coach that?
It was a dream. It was the 3 players, amazing players, with many qualities, but they understood everything immediately about the game, about the target, about the session, about everything. It was not easy, but it's never easy for the manager. But it was not easy when you have 3 players like this not in the same team, in the same position, in the same place. This morning we saw so many things about the position, but when you have the 3 players like to play in this position, in this place, it's not easy because you can make some trouble between us, between them, and it was not easy to say for one, miss one player on the right side. Leo never went to the right side. Kylian never went to the right side. And Neymar said, me, no, I prefer here. And for that, you have to change everything in your management. Because my first target when I signed for Paris, it was to find the best way for these 3 players. Because with these 3 players, if they are not confident, if they are happy, only happy, you win.
Were they happy?
They were, not all the time, but they were. But there was. But the first part of the season, it was a very good time. We won a lot of games. We didn't lose one game. We did a very good Champions League group, and because all the players, sure, Kylian, Leo, and Neymar, prepare the World Cup. The problem became after the World Cup, but because during this World Cup in Dubai, it was the first time in the middle of the season. It's not easy to manage that. And with Paris, we had 14 players for the World Cup. After that, it was very difficult. But about the management, like I said Rudy this morning about Cristiano, one thing it's important is the face-to-face. Never with everybody, face-to-face. And sometimes you can think, oh, it's not easy. No, they need the face-to-face. They need to talk. They need to sometimes listen, but they need to talk, and for that, the face-to-face is the better way to understand who is this player, because he's not a player. He's not a player like everybody can imagine, but I know really he knows. A lot of people behind these players you have. This is like a film. One example. During the first game in Champions League against La Juventus, we win. The last 5 minutes is difficult, and I decide to take off Leo.
Who?
Leo Messi. Say to Leo, please. It's difficult time, and I decide to le remplacer.
Substitute.
Take off, yes. So, yes, but he was not happy, but the target he was to win. And after that, a lot of media, a lot of TV, and for the manager, only one thing. It was not we play well. It was a very important win. It was, I know what. We won. Say yes, but it's not more important. You are the first manager who take off Leo Messi outside the Champions League game. After that, I say, it was in September. I say, I didn't know that. I understood immediately why Leo was sad, hungry maybe, but after that, I changed immediately my management, sure, because it's not only players. Social media, everything around them is very, very important.
So when you say change, what does that mean? You can't take him off?
Some hours before, you talk with Rudy about the game, a lot of game. The player play a lot of. I agree with that. They play a lot, and it's dangerous, and we have a lot of competition to play. But when you have some player like Leo, like Kylian, like Neymar, like Cristiano, like Sergio Ramos, if you speak with them, say, okay, this game is not very important. This game is more important. Stay on the bench. Stay at home. Say, no way. I want to play. Okay, play. But before 20 minutes at the end, go out. No way. Full game. Why? Statistic. Score, assist. It's like this. And it's difficult to manage that.
So what about the other players? You have the superstars. Is that a difficulty there? Because they're not getting the attention.
But it's not easy, but this is our job to the manager to do that and to manage. But I prefer to have some big problem with some player like them than player so. Because one thing is very important. With this player, you can win. You can win. Not you can win. You win. Okay, you have some problem. It's not easy. You have to control everything. You have to try to control everything. You have to manage. Sometimes it's not a fight, but it's not easy. But I prefer to work with the kind of these players. Sure.
So what did you learn from that? Do you have any regrets? What did you get out of that experience?
Regrets? No. Yes, maybe. But it was a special season with the World Cup between the season. And if it was possible to change something, it's to have more players into the squad. I wanted to work with some short squad. Like this, everybody can play, everybody can be happy because the player who doesn't play is not happy. And it was okay for that, but League, Champions League, World Cup, League, Champions League, it was too much for my squad.
And just going a little bit away from that, so the extensive media, what surrounds obviously the football club and these players, what's that like? How difficult is that?
Yes, it's difficult when you work with this player. You work for a big team like Paris Saint-Germain, like La Roma, like Lyon, like Marseille, but like Paris Saint-Germain is an international club. With the media, you have to be care. It's not possible to make some humor because you have a lot of media, Spanish, South America, English, Italian, but for everywhere, and you are all the time under the light, and they wait only one thing. They wait only one thing, the mistake. Like this, they can make a trouble. This is like this. When I was player, when I start like manager, it was very different. But now, with this time, is like this. And if you make one mistake, well, follow you since 2 months, 3 months. It's like this.
So how important is it with your coaching staff? Do they play a huge role to help you, to support you?
Yes, the staff is very important. You are not alone. Hopefully, we are not alone. And the staff is very important. And now, for me, it's important to have international staff. I am French, yes. I like to work with the French guys. But for me, it's important also to work with some foreigners' assistant. Because the team now is an international team, and also I need to have close to me some foreigners and also some young assistant, because everything change quickly. All the time, football move, everything move, and for that it's important to have some sure. You need some experience, but I hope I have some experience, and I want to be close to me, some young with a big energy and with a more modern.
So if you're looking at all these coaches here, what would you look for? You know, what if say you had to look for somebody tomorrow? What sort of personality do you want with you? Do you want somebody what goes against you, what challenges you?
Sorry, repeat. I don't understand.
If you bring, say you have to look. Yes. One of these guys here. What personality do you want? Somebody to go against you, to be strong with you?
I need no. The first thing what I need is competence. Competence, sure, but competence is one thing, and we need a manager. We need some people around and close to us who work a lot, because it's not an easy job. It's every day, 7 days per week, 12 months per year. It's like this, and you need some more energy every time. Every time you need some more energy. Maybe it's for that we are plus nombreux. Plus nombreux. Nous sommes plus nombreux. We are more assistant now because we have more players, we have more games, we have more more analysis to do, more works to do.
I'll bring you to the last couple of questions. I could talk to you again. There's too much I want to ask you. You're obviously, as we said before, you're manager in Qatar. How different is it?
One thing is the same. My president wants to win. This is the first thing. The thing is very important. Everybody wants to win. After you have one thing is good for me. I have to change so many things about my management, but about my habits, my day. For example, here we start to work at the end of the afternoon. Yeah. Yes, but it's like this because the first thing you have to do is to be able to adapt your management and also your philosophy. You have to understand so many things about the philosophy of the players. The player here are like a brother. This is a family. The dressing room is a real family because you don't have a lot of transfer between local players. In my dressing room, I have some players. They play together since 15 years. In Europe, it's not like this. It's not like this. But they are very close. And when you take some decision, you have to be clever about that because if you are to be strong with this guy, the others say, "Oh, this is my brother. Hey, take care," you know. But I like the mentality. I like so many things here about the football because the players they are very open to learn, to work, and try to understand what I want. And I am very happy to work with my group because the spirit is very good. It's very good.
And obviously Aspire has supported you and supports the league. Have you come across anything like Aspire before?
Yes. Mais le hasard, ça se dit le hasard? The hasard? Yes. Yes, about Aspire. Yesterday we play in QSL Cup against a good team against men, and it was the first time I played with 6 players from Aspire, under 16, under 17. They made 2 sessions with us, and we decide with the club, with my president, we decide these 6 young players, they need to start this game. And it was a very good surprise for me. It was not a surprise because the 2 first sessions I was, wow, with good quality, good abilities, right feet, left feet, clever, tactical, ready. Tactical, yes, they were ready. And yesterday they play, and they play very well. This is a job to Aspire. Before I came in Doha, I hear so many things about Aspire, yes, many things. And I did some meeting with the guys here, and we spoke, we share so many things. But yesterday, I saw what job they did. They do.
It's phenomenal. I mean, it's wonderful. This has been going on for a long time now, and the players what have come through, which you see in the league as well. But we're going to round it up now, and I'm going to ask a couple of my questions, what I like. I mean, you were a tough centre half, yeah? Central defender.
Yes. I played with Rudy.
We
played together.
Look at him. You wouldn't get on the wrong side of him, would you? He was tough, yes.
Yes.
So how do you like the way football is going now? There is, as a defender, you're limited.
Yes.
You cannot tackle. You've got to put your arms around the back of your body. It is difficult. How do you feel the game is going in that way? You've got to have physical contact, yeah?
Yeah, some years, not many years. Yeah, so many years ago, when you were a defender, you were a defender. Like in your country.
Yes.
Kick and rush. You know, take the ball, kick and
No,
rush.
we're not long ball anymore now.
Long ball and second ball, you know. And now, when you are a defender, you play. The first thing you have to build, like we saw this morning, you have to play. If you are not a good player, it's not possible to play, even if you are a defender. This is the first thing. After, before, yeah, no TV, no VAR. It was a different soccer, a different football.
You like VAR? You like VAR?
Yes.
Sorry. Didn't
Yes.
think you were going to say that.
Yes.
Okay, why do you like it then? You think it's getting better?
Yes, sure. Sure. But yes, about the defender, it was you can make so many things, some fouls, so many things. Now it's not possible with a video, with a referee. It's not possible, and you have to be clever. But if you are clever like a defender, you are more clever like a player. For me, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, the defender he was a defender. He touched no many balls. Now, the game starts from him.
Well, okay, very interesting. Do you think it does need improvement, yeah? It does need a little bit more of help. I think the referees need a little bit of help as well. Listen, we've come to the end, and thank you very much. You've been wonderful to talk to. We did enjoy the stories about Paris Saint-Germain. The place went very quiet. We wish you all the very best this year. Hopefully you win everything and are successful at De Gea, and we look out for you. Thank you very much. That's me finished as well.
My
Thank you
English
very
was
much.
good. My English
It's perfect. Your English is perfect.
Wait, it was difficult to hear you.
Christophe Galtier. Christophe, if you'd stay on the stage for Walter Di Salvo, the Executive Director of the Global Summit, to... Thank you very much. Thank you, Walter. Thank you, Christophe Galtier, as well, and to Nick Summerby. Right, we move on. The sea looks inviting. It must be time to tell you a little bit about the next activity, the workshops. From Aspire Academy, please welcome onto the stage Daniele Bonanno.
Thank you, Robbie. Welcome, everybody. So now, after this inspiring masterclass and start chat, is the timing for us, for the fellows, and for all our guests to go deep inside to the topics discussion. We thought a lot about which kind of topics to talk, because in the last 10 years, we have so many interesting new things coming up, and we touch almost everything. So, in this 10 years journey, the idea was the reflection of what has been done from the physical performance in the last decade, and as well a kind of evolution or revolution in football from the technical, tactical side. And then, as always, as my mentor Walter is finished, is to also looking for the next, looking for the future. So we will deep inside in the discussion with you guys to see where the football is going to move, from the physical side as well from the technical. So we are going to see now all the workshops. Each topic has 1A and 1B from the physical side. Please have a look at the logo of your club, memorize. The second 2A and 2B from the technical side. Have a look at your logos, memorize, and in case you miss it, you will find in the booklet. And the third A is from the physical, technical side of the football for the next. And the 3B is from the physical, looking for the future. Now, don't worry if you miss your logos. I think you have in your booklet, you can check anytime. We're going to see where are going to be this workshop. So please I think it's the most inspiring place, and you cannot say to your wife that you are working in an ugly office, because I think you have the beautiful gazebo in front of the sea. So the 1A is just in front, behind this main tent, and then along the seaside you will find all the workshop. So the only request is, because we need to move a little bit, and we need your support to be quick to go in and quick to go out. You will find the moderator, and please enjoy the place, have a look around when you are discussing. Thank you so much.
Vai Luciano, vamos, vamos, Il premio ce